Good evening, my dear friend, and welcome back to the Sleepy Story. Before we begin tonight, I wonder, where are you listening from tonight? Perhaps you're already tucked beneath a warm blanket. Perhaps rain is whispering against your window, or maybe you're listening from a quiet corner of the world after a long and tiring day. Wherever you may be, I'm truly glad you're here. Tonight, we step into the enchanted world of the brothers Grimm, a place where moonlit forests hide ancient secrets, where humble wanderers discover unexpected magic, where talking animals, forgotten kingdoms, and mysterious spells drift softly through the pages of old storybooks. So let your breathing slow. Allow your shoulders to relax, and leave the worries of the day gently behind. Whenever you're ready, let us begin. Little Red Cap. Once upon a time, there was a dear little girl who was loved by everyone who looked at her, but most of all, by her grandmother. And there was nothing that she would not have given to the child once she gave her a little cap of red velvet, which suited her so well that she would never wear anything else. So she was always called Little Red Cap. One day, her mother said to her, "Come, Little Red Cap, here is a piece of cake and a bottle of wine. Take them to your grandmother. She is ill and weak, and they will do her good. Set out before it gets hot. And when you are going, walk nicely and quietly, and do not run off the path, or you may fall and break the bottle. And then your grandmother will get nothing. And when you go into her room, don't forget to say good morning, and don't peep into every corner. Before you do it, I will take great care," said Little Red Cup to her mother, and gave her hand on it. The grandmother lived out in the wood, half a league from the village, and just as Little Red Cap entered the wood, a wolf met her. Red Cap did not know what a wicked creature he was, and was not at all afraid of him. "Good day," Little Red Cap said. "He thank you kindly." "Wolf, whither away so early?" "Little Red Cap, to my grandmother's." "What have you got in your apron?" "Cake and wine. Yesterday was baking day, so poor sick grandmother is to have something good to make her stronger. Where does your grandmother live?" "Little Red Cap, a good quarter of a league farther on in the wood. Her hull stands under the 3 large oak trees. The nut trees are just below you. surely must know, it replied Little Red Cap. The wolf thought to himself, what a tender young creature. What a nice, plump mouthful. She will be better to eat than the old woman. I must act craftily so as to catch both. So he walked for a short time by the side of Little Red Cap, and then he said, "See, Little Red Cap, how pretty the flowers are about here. Why do you not look round? I believe, too, that you do not hear how sweetly the little birds are singing. You walk bravely along as if you were going to school, while everything else out here in the wood is merry." Little Red Cap raised her eyes, and when she saw the sunbeams dancing here and there through the trees, and pretty flowers growing everywhere, she thought, "Suppose I take grandmother a fresh nose, gay, that would please her too. It is so early in the day that I shall still get there in good time." And so she ran from the path into the wood to look for flowers, and whenever she had picked one, she fancied that she saw a still prettier one farther on, and ran after it, and so got deeper and deeper into the wood. Meanwhile, the wolf ran straight to the grandmother's house and knocked at the door. "Who is there?" "Little Red Cap," replied. "The wolf, she is bringing cake and wine. Open the door. Lift the latch," called out the grandmother. "I am too weak and cannot get up." The wolf lifted the latch. The door sprang open, and without saying a word, he went straight to the grandmother's bed and devoured her. Then he put on her clothes, dressed himself in her cap, laid himself in bed, and drew the curtains. Little Red Cap, however, had been running about picking flowers, and when she had gathered so many that she could carry no more, she remembered her grandmother and set out on the way to her. She was surprised to find the cottage door standing open, and when she went into the room, she had such a strange feeling that she said to herself, "Oh dear, how uneasy I feel today, and at other times I like being with grandmother so much." She called out, "Good morning," but received no answer, so she went to the bed and drew back the curtains. There lay her grandmother, with her cap pulled far over her face, and looking very strange. "Oh, grandmother," she said, "what big ears you have! The better to hear you with my child," was the reply. "But grandmother, what big eyes you have!" She said, "The better to see you with my dear. But grandmother, what large hands you have, the better to hug you with. Grandmother, what a terrible big mouth you have, the better to eat you with. And scarcely had the wolf said this then. With one bound he was out of bed and swallowed up Red Cap. When the wolf had appeased his appetite, he lay down again. In the bed fell asleep, and began to snore very loud. The huntsman was just passing the house, and thought to himself, "How the old woman is snoring. I must just see if she wants anything." So he went into the room, and when he came to the bed, he saw that the wolf was lying in it. "Do I find you here, you old sinner?" said he. "I have long sought you." Then, just as he was going to fire at him, it occurred to him that the wolf might have devoured the grandmother, and that she might still be saved. So he did not fire, but took a pair of scissors and began to cut open the stomach of the sleeping wolf. When he had made 2 snips, he saw the little red cap shining, and then he made 2 snips more, and the little girl sprang out crying. How frightened I have been! How dark it was inside the wolf. And after that, the aged grandmother came out alive, also, but scarcely able to breathe. Redcap, however, quickly fetched great stones with which they filled the wolf's belly. And when he awoke, he wanted to run away. But the stones were so heavy that he collapsed at once and fell dead, and all 3 were delighted. The huntsman drew off the wolf skin and went home with it. The grandmother ate the cake and drank the wine which Redcap had brought, and revived. But Redcap thought to herself, "As long as I live, I will never by myself leave the path to run into the wood when my mother has forbidden me to do so." It is also related that once when Redcap was again taking cakes to the old grandmother, another wolf spoke to her and tried to entice her from the path. Redcap, however, was on her guard and went straight forward on her way, and told her grandmother that she had met the wolf and that he had said good morning to her, but with such a wicked look in his eyes that if they had not been on the public road, she was certain he would have eaten her up. "Well," said the grandmother, "we will shut the door that he may not come in soon." Afterwards, the wolf knocked and cried, "Open the door, grandmother. I am little Red Cap, and I'm bringing you some cakes." But they did not speak or open the door, So the gray beard stole twice or thrice around the house, and at last jumped on the roof, intending to wait until Red Cat went home in the evening, and then to steal after her and devour her in the darkness. But the grandmother saw what was in his thoughts. In front of the house was a great stone trough. So she said to the child, "Take the pale red cap. I made some sausages yesterday, so carry the water in which I boiled them to the trough." Red Cap carried until the great trough was quite full. Then the smell of the sausages reached the wolf, and he sniffed and peeped down, and at last stretched out his neck so far that he could no longer keep his footing, and began to slip, and slipped down from the roof, straight into the great trough, and was drowned. And Red Cap went joyously home, and no one ever did anything to harm her again. The wolf and the 7 young goats. There was once upon a time an old goat who had 7 little kids and loved them with all the love of a mother for her children. One day, she wanted to go into the forest and fetch some food. So she called all 7 to her and said, "Dear children, I have to go into the forest. Be on your guard against the wolf. If he comes in, he will devour you." And everything. The wretch often disguises himself, but you will know him at once by his rough voice and his black feet. The kid said, "Dear mother, we will take good care of ourselves. You may go away without any anxiety." Then the old one bleated and went on her way with an easy mind. It was not long before someone knocked at the house door and called, "Open the door. Dear children, your mother is here and has brought something back with her for each of you." But the little kids knew that it was the wolf. By the rough voice, "We will not open the door," cried Day. "You are not our mother. She has a soft, pleasant voice, but your voice is rough. You are the wolf." Then the wolf went away to a shopkeeper and bought himself a great lump of chalk, ate this, and made his voice soft with it. Then he came back, knocked at the door of the house, and caded, "Open the door to your children. Your mother is here and has brought something back with her for each of you." But the wolf had laid his black paws against the window, and the children saw them and cried, "We will not open the door. Our mother has not black feet like you." You are the wolf." Then the wolf ran to a baker and said, "I have hurt my feet. Rub some dough over them for me." And when the baker had rubbed his feet over, he ran to the miller and said, "Strew some white meal over my feet for me." The miller thought to himself, "The wolf wants to deceive someone," and refused. But the wolf said, "If you will not do it, I will devour you." Then the miller was afraid and made his paws white for him. Truly, this is the way of mankind. So now the wretch went for the third time to the house, door, knocked at it, and said, "Open the door for me. Children, your dear little mother has come home and has brought every one of you something back from the forest with her." The little kids cried, "First show us your paws, that we may know if you are our dear little mother." Then he put his paws and through the window, and when the kids saw that they were white, they believed that all he said was true, and opened the door. But who should come in but the wolf? They were terrified and wanted to hide themselves. One sprang under the table, the second into the bed, the third into the stove, the fourth into the kitchen, the fifth into the cupboard, the sixth under the washing bowl, and the seventh into the clock case. But the wolf found them all, and used no great ceremony. One after the other, he swallowed them down his throat. The youngest, who was in the clock case, was the only one he did not find. When the wolf had satisfied his appetite, he took himself off, laid himself down under a tree in the green meadow outside, and began to sleep. Soon afterwards, the old goat came home again from the forest. What a sight she saw there! The house door stood wide open. The table, chairs, and benches were thrown down. The washing bowl lay broken to pieces, and the quilts and pillows were pulled off the bed. She sought her children, but they were nowhere to be found. She called them one after another by name, but no one answered. At last, when she came to the youngest, a soft voice cried, "Dear mother, I am in the clock case." She took the kid out, and it told her that the wolf had come and had eaten all the others. Then you may imagine how she wept over her poor children. At length, in her grief, she went out, and the youngest kid ran with her. When they came to the meadow, there lay the wolf by the tree, and snored so loud that the branches shook. She looked at him on every side and saw that something was moving and struggling in his gorged belly. "Vince," she said, "is it possible that my poor children, whom he has swallowed down for his supper, can be still alive?" Then the kid had to run home and fetch scissors and a needle and thread, and the goat cut open the monster's stomach, and hardly had she made one cut, and one little kid thrust its head out, and when she had cut, father all six sprang out one after another, and were all still alive, and had suffered no injury whatever, for in his greediness the monster had swallowed them down whole. What rejoicing there was! They embraced their dear mother and jumped like a tor at his wedding. The mother, however, said, "Now go and look for some big stones, and we will fill the wicked beast's stomach with them while he is still asleep." Then the 7 kids dragged the stones thither with all speed, and put as many of them into his stomach as they could get in, and the mother sewed him up again in the greatest haste, so that he was not aware of anything, and never once stirred. When the wolf at length had had his fill of sleep, he got on his legs, and as the stones in his stomach made him very thirsty, he wanted to go to a well to drink. But when he began to walk and to move about, the stones in his stomach knocked against each other and rattled, then cried, "What rumbles and tumbles against my poor bones?" I thought to 6 kids, but it feels like big stones. And when he got to the well and stooped over the water to drink, the heavy stones made him fall in, and he drowned miserably. When the 7 kids saw that, they came running to the spot and cried aloud, "The wolf is dead! The wolf is dead!" and danced for joy round about the well with her mother, the Fraud King, or Iron Henry, in times of old. When wishes still had power, there lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful, but the youngest was so lovely that the sun himself marveled whenever he shone upon her face. Near the castle was a dark forest with an ancient linen tree, beneath which bubbled a crystal clear. Our well. On hot days, the princess would sit by this well, tossing her golden ball into the air and catching it her favorite pastime. One day, the ball slipped from her grasp and fell into the well. The princess began to weep bitterly, her tears flowing so freely that even stones would have shown pity. Suddenly, she heard a voice asking why she wept so. Looking around, she saw a frog stretching his thick, ugly head from the water. "Ah, it's you, old water splasher," she said. "I'm crying for my golden ball that has fallen into the well. Be quiet and stop your tears," replied the frog. "I can help you, but what will you give me if I bring back your plaything?" "Whatever you wish, dear frog," she promised. "My clothes, my pearls and jewels, even the golden crown upon my head." The frog shook his head. "I care not for your clothes, pearls, jewels, or golden crown. But if you will love me, let me be your companion and playmate. Sit beside you at your table. Eat from your golden plate, drink from your cup, and sleep in your bed. If you promise this, I'll dive down and retrieve your golden ball." "Oh, yes," she hastily agreed, thinking the frog could never leave his watery home. "I promise everything you ask, if only you'll bring back my boar." No sooner had she made this promise than the frog disappeared beneath the water, returning moments later with the golden ball in his mouth. The princess, overjoyed, snatched her ball and ran home, forgetting the frog entirely. The next day, as the royal family sat at dinner, something came hopping up the marble staircase. Clip, clip, lip, blip. Then came a knock at the door, and a voice called out, "Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me. Don't you remember what you promised yesterday by the cool waters of the well? Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me." The princess told her father everything. The king said sternly, "What you have promised, you must keep. Go and open the door." She obeyed, and the frog hopped in, following her to her chair. "Lift me up beside you," he demanded. When she hesitated, her father commanded her to comply. The frog then insisted on sharing her golden plate and cup, which she did with visible disgust. When the meal ended, the frog announced, "I am tired and wish to sleep. Carry me to your room. Prepare your silken bed, and we shall lie down together." The princess began to cry, fearing the cold, clammy frog in her beautiful bed. The king grew angry and said, "He who helped you in your time of need should not be despised afterward." Reluctantly, she carried the frog to her bedroom and placed him in a corner. But he was not satisfied and demanded to be placed on her bed when he crawled toward her pillow, saying, "I want to sleep as comfortably as you." Her patience snapped. She seized him and threw him with all her might against the wall, crying, "Now you will be quiet, odious frog." But when he fell, instead of a dead frog, there stood a prince with kind, beautiful eyes. By her father's will, he was now to be her dear companion and husband. He explained how a wicked witch had transformed him, and only the princess could break the spell by allowing him into her home and bed. They fell asleep, and when morning came, a carriage arrived, drawn by 8 white horses, adorned with white ostrich plumes and golden harnesses. Behind stood faithful Henry, the prince's servant, who had been so grieved by his master's enchantment that he had bound 3 iron bands around his heart to prevent it from bursting with sorrow. As they journeyed to the prince's kingdom, they heard a cracking sound. The prince turned and called, "Henry, the carriage is breaking." "No, master," replied faithful Henry. "It is merely a band around my heart, which nearly burst with grief when you were transformed into a frog and imprisoned in the well. Now that you are free and happy, my heart is swelling with joy, and the iron band is breaking twice more." They heard the sound, and each time it was another band breaking from faithful Henry's heart. Thus, the prince and princess traveled to his kingdom, where they lived in happiness for many years. The fisherman and his wife. There was once a fisherman who lived with his wife in a pigsty close by the seaside. The fisherman used to go out all day long, a-fishing, and one day, as he sat on the shore with his rod, looking at the sparkling waves and watching his line, all of a sudden, his float was dragged away deep into the water, and in drawing it up, he pulled out a great fish. But the fish said, "Pray let me live. I am not a real fish. I am an enchanted prince. Put me in the water again and let me go." "Oh," said the man, "you need not make so many words about the matter. I will have nothing to do with a fish that can talk. So swim away, sir, as soon as you please." Then he put him back into the water, and the fish darted straight down to the bottom and left a long streak of blood behind him. On the way, when the fisherman went home to his wife in the pig's dye, he told her how he had caught a great fish and how it had told him it was an enchanted prince, and how on hearing it speak, he had let it go. Again, did not you ask it for anything? Said the wife. We live very wretchedly here, in this nasty, dirty pigsty. Do go back and tell the fish we want a snug little cottage. The fisherman did not much like the business. However, he went to the seashore, and when he came back, there the water looked all yellow and green, and he stood at the water's edge and said, "O man of the sea, hearken to me. My wife Elabeel will have her own will, and hath sent me to beg a boon of thee." Then the fish came swimming to him, and said, "Well, what is her will? What does your wife want?" Said the fisherman, "She says that when I had caught you, I ought to have asked you for something before I let you go. She does not like living any longer in the pigsty, and wants a snug little cottage." "Go home then," said the fish. "She is in the cottage already." So the man went home and saw his wife standing at the door of a nice, trim little cottage. "Come in," said she, "is not this much better than the filthy pigsty we had?" And there was a parlor, and a bedchamber, and a kitchen, and behind the cottage there was a little garden, planted with all sorts of flowers and fruits, and there was a courtyard behind full of ducks and chickens. How happily we shall live! Now we will try to do so. At least, said his wife, everything went right for a week or two. And then Donna Ilsel said, "Husband, there is not near room enough for us in this cottage. The courtyard and the garden are a great deal too small. I should like to have a large stone castle to live in. Go to the fish again and tell him to give us a castle." "Wife," said the fisherman, "I don't like to go to him again, for perhaps he will be angry. We ought to be easy with this pretty cottage to live in nonsense," said the wife. "He will do it very willingly. I know. Go along and try." The fisherman went, but his heart was very heavy. And when he came to the sea, it looked blue and gloomy, though it was very calm, and he went close to the edge of the waves and said, "O man of the sea, hearken to me. My wife, Ilsil, will have her own will, and hath sent me to beg a boon of thee. Well, what does she want?" "Now," said the fish, said the man doufully. My wife wants to live in a stone castle. Go home then, said the fish. She is standing at the gate of it already. So away went the fisherman, and found his wife standing before the gate of a great castle. See, said, she is not this grand with that. They went into the castle together, and found a great many servants there, and the rooms all richly furnished, and full of golden chairs and tables, and behind the castle was a garden, and around it was a park 1/2 mile long, full of sheep and goats and hares and deer, and in the courtyard was stables and cow houses. Well, said the man, now we will live cheerful and happy in this beautiful castle for the rest of our lives. Perhaps we may, said the wife, but let us sleep upon it before we make up our minds to that. So they went to bed the next morning. When Dil-Zab awoke, it was broad daylight, and she jobbed the fisherman with her elbow and said, Get up, husband, and bestow yourself, for we must be king of all the land. Life, said the man, why should we wish to be king? I will not be king. Then I will, said she. But wife, said the fisherman, how can you be king? The fish cannot make you a king. Husband, said she, say no more about it, but go and try. I will be king. So the man went away, quite sorrowful to think that his wife should want to be king. This time, the sea looked a dark gray color and was overspread with curling waves, and the ridges of fall as he cried out, O man of the sea, hearken to me, my wife. Ilabil will have her own will, and hath sent me to beg a boon of thee. Well, what would she have now? Said the fish. Alas, said the poor man, my wife wants to be king. Go home, said the fish. She is king already. Then the fisherman went home, and as he came close to the palace, he saw a troop of soldiers and heard the sound of drums and trumpets, and many went in. He saw his wife sitting on a throne of gold and diamonds with a golden crown upon her head, and on each side of her stood 6 fair maidens, each a head taller than the other. Well, wife, said the fisherman, are you king? Yes, said she, I am king. Many had looked at her. For a long time, he said, what a fine thing it is to be king. Now, we shall never have anything more to wish for as long as we live. I don't know how that may be said. She never is a long time. I am king. It is true, but I begin to be tired of that, and I think I should like to be emperor. Alas, wife, why should you wish to be emperor? Said the fisherman. Husband said, she go to the fish. I say, I will be emperor. Wife, replied the fisherman, the fish cannot make an emperor. I am sure, and I should not like to ask him for such a thing. I am king, said Ilsebil, and you are my slave, so go at once. So the fisherman was forced to go, and he muttered as he went along, this will come to no good. It is too much to ask. The fish will be tired at last, and then we shall be sorry for what we have done. He came to the sea, and the water was quite black and muddy, and a mighty whirlwind blew over the waves and rolled them about. But he went as near as he could to the water's brink and said, O man of the sea, hearken to me. My wife Ilsebil will have her own will, and hath sent me to beg a boon of thee. What would she have now? Said the fish. The fisherman, she wants to be emperor. Go home, said the fish. She is emperor already. So he went home again, and as he came near, he saw his wife, Ilsebil, sitting on a very lofty throne, made of solid gold, with a great crown on her head, full 2 yards high, and on each side of her stood her guards and attendants in a row, each one smaller than the other, from the tallest giant down to a little dwarf, no bigger than my finger, and before her stood princes and dukes and ears. And the fisherman went up to her and said, Life are you, emperor? Yes, or said she, I am emperor. As he gazed upon her, what a fine thing it is to be emperor. Husband, said she, why should we stop at being emperor? I will be pope next. Wife, said he, how can you be pope? There is but one pope at a time in Christriendum. Husband, said she, I will be pope this very day. But replied the husband, the fish cannot make you pope. What nonsense, said she. If he can make an emperor, he can make a pope. Go and try him. So the fisherman went. But when he came to the shore, the wind was raging, and the sea was tossed up and down in boiling waves, and the ships were in trouble, and rolled fearfully upon the tops of the billows in the middle of the heavens. There was a little piece of blue sky, but toward the south all was red, as if a dreadful storm was rising. At this sight, the fisherman was dreadfully frightened, and he trembled so that his knees knocked together. But still he went down near to the shore and said, "O man of the sea, hearken to me. My wife, a bill will have her own will, and hath sent me to beg a boon of thee." "What does she want now?" said the fish. "My wife wants to be pope." "Go home," said the fish. "She is pope already." Then the fisherman went home and found Ilsebil sitting on a throne that was 2 miles high, and she had 3 great crowns on her head, and around her stood all the pomp and power of the church, and on each side of her were 2 rows of burning lights of all sizes, the greatest as large as the highest and biggest tower in the world, and the least no larger than a small rush. "Light, wife," said the fisherman, as he looked at all this greatness, "are you pope?" "Yes," said she. "Well, wife, it is a grand thing to be pope, and now you must be easy, for you can be nothing greater." "I will think about that," said the wife. Then they went to bed, but Dame Ilse could not sleep all night for thinking what you should be next. At last, as she was dropping asleep, morning broke, and the sun rose. Thought she, as she woke up and looked at it through the window, "After all, I cannot prevent the sun rising." At this thought, she was very angry, and wakened her husband and said, "Husband, go to the fish and tell him I must be lord of the sun and moon." The fisherman was half asleep, but the thought frightened him so much that he started and fell out of bed. "Alas, wife," said he, "cannot she be easy with being pope?" "No," said she, "I am very uneasy. As long as the sun and moon rise without my leave, go to the fish at once." Then the man went shivering with fear, and as he was going down to the shore, a dreadful storm arose, so that the trees and the very rocks shook, and all the heavens became black with stormy clouds, and the lightning played, and the thunders rolled, and you might have seen in the sea great black waves swelling up like mountains, with crowns of white foam upon their heads. And the fisherman crept towards the sea and cried out as well as he could, "O man of the sea, hearken to me, my wife. Ilsil will have her own will, and hath sent me to beg a boon of thee." "What does she want now?" said the fish. Said he, "She wants to be lord of the sun and moon." "Go back to your pigsty again," said the fish, "and there you will find her." And there they live to this very day. Rapunzel, there once lived a husband and wife who long wished for a child. Finally, their hopes were to be fulfilled. At the back of their house was a small window overlooking a magnificent garden filled with beautiful flowers and herbs. However, it was surrounded by a high wall, and nobody dared enter, for it belonged to a powerful enchantress, feared by the whole world. One day, the wife stood at this window and looked down into the garden when she noticed a bed planted with the most beautiful Rabian, Rapunzel. It looked so fresh and green that she developed an overwhelming desire to eat some. This craving grew stronger each day, and knowing she could never have any, she began to waste away. Her husband, alarmed by her decline, asked, "What ails you, dear wife?" "Ah," she replied, "if I cannot eat some of the rapian from the garden behind our house, I shall die." Loving her greatly, he resolved to get the rapian, no matter the cost. At twilight, he climbed the wall, hastily gathered a handful of rapian, and brought it to his wife. She immediately made a salad and ate it with relish, but her craving only intensified, and to have peace, her husband returned to the garden. The following evening, as he climbed back over the wall, he froze in terror. The enchantress stood before him. "How dare you enter my garden and steal my rapian? Like a thief," she said with angry eyes. "You shall suffer for this, he answered. "Let mercy overrule justice. I did this out of necessity. My wife saw your rampion from our window and developed such a longing for it that she would have died if she couldn't eat some." The enchantress's anger subsided. "If it is as you say, I will allow you to take as much rampion as you want. On one condition, you must give me the child your wife will bring into the world. It shall fare well, and I will care for it like a mother." In his fear, the man agreed. And when the child was born, the enchantress appeared, named her Rapunzel, after the garden plant, and took her away. Rapunzel grew into the most beautiful child under the sun. When she turned 12, the enchantress locked her in a tower in the forest. This tower had neither stairs nor door, only a small window. At the very top, when the enchantress wanted to enter, she would stand below and call, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel had magnificent long hair, fine as spun gold. When she heard the enchantress's call, she would unbind her dresses, wind them around a hook by the window, and let them fall 20 elves down, allowing the enchantress to climb up. After a few years, it happened that a king's son rode through the forest and passed by the tower. He heard singing, so sweet that he stood still and listened. It was Rapunzel, who in her solitude passed time by letting her sweet voice resound. The prince wanted to climb up to her, but found no door in the tower. He rode home that the singing had touched his heart so deeply that he returned to the forest daily to listen. One day, he witnessed the enchantress call, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," and saw how Rapunzel let down her tresses, and how the enchantress climbed up. The next day at dusk, he went to the tower and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." The hair descended, and he climbed up. Initially, Rapunzel was terrified to see a man, having never seen one before. But the prince spoke kindly, telling her how her singing had touched his heart, giving him no peace until he saw her. Rapunzel's fear subsided, and when he asked if she would take him as her husband, she thought, "He will love me more than old Dunaguth does," and agreed, placing her hand in his. "I will gladly go with you," she said, "but I do not know how to get down. Bring a skein of silk every time you come, and I will leave a ladder. When it is finished, I will descend, and you can take me away on your horse." They arranged for him to visit every evening as the old woman came. During the day, the enchantress noticed nothing until one day Rapunzel thoughtlessly said, "Tell me, camel, why are you so much heavier to draw up than the young prince who will be here soon, you wicked child?" cried the enchantress. "What do I hear? I thought I had separated you from the world, yet you have deceived me." In her anger, she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, wrapped it around her left hand, grabbed scissors with her right, and snip, snap, the beautiful tresses lay on the ground. She was so merciless that she took poor Rapunzel to a desert where she was forced to live in great grief and misery. The same day, the enchantress banished Rapunzel. She fastened the severed tresses to the window hook when the prince came and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." She let the hair down. The prince climbed up, but instead of his beloved Rapunzel, he found the enchantress gazing at him with wicked, venomous eyes. She cried mockingly, "You've come for your darling, but the beautiful bird sits no longer in her nest, nor does she sing any more. The cat has caught her and will scratch out your eyes too. Rapunzel is lost to you. You will never see her again." The prince, mad with grief, leaped from the tower. He escaped with his life, but the thorns into which he fell pierced his eyes, blinding him. He wandered the forest in misery, eating nothing but roots and berries, constantly lamenting the loss of his beloved. Rapunzel, for years he roamed in wretchedness until he drifted into the desert where Rapunzel lived. In sorrow, he heard a voice that seemed familiar, and as he approached, Rapunzel recognized him and fell weeping upon his neck. 2 of her tears fell upon his eyes, and they grew clear again, allowing him to see. As before, he led her to his kingdom where they were received with joy, and they lived long in happiness and contentment. Hansel and Gretel, near a great forest, lived a poor woodcutter with his wife and 2 children. Hansel and Gretel, they had little to eat, and once, during a time of great scarcity, they could no longer provide even daily bread. One night, as he lay in bed, worrying, the woodcutter sighed and said to his wife, "What will become of us? How can we feed our children when we have nothing for ourselves?" "I'll tell you what," answered the woman. "Early tomorrow, we'll take the children deep into the forest, where it's thickest. We'll make a fire and give each a piece of bread, then leave them and go about our work. They won't find their way home, and we'll be rid of them." "No, wife," said the man, "I cannot do that. How could I bear to leave my children alone in the forest? The wild animals would soon devour them." "You fool," she said, "and all 4 of us will starve you. Might as well plane the boards for our coffins." She gave him no peace until he consented. The two children, too hungry to sleep, had heard everything. Gretel wept bitter tears, saying, "All is over with us nie." "Quiet, Gretel," said Hansel. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to save us." When the adults were asleep, he slipped outside, filling his pockets with white pebbles that gleamed in the moonlight in the morning. Before sunrise, the woman came and woke the children. "Get up, lazy bones. We're going to the forest to gather wood." She gave each a piece of bread, saying, "That's for dinner. Don't eat it before then, for you'll get nothing else." Gretel carried the bread in her apron, for Hansel's pockets were full of pebbles. They all set out together, and as they walked, Hansel kept dropping pebbles from his pocket onto the path. When they reached the middle of the forest, their father said, "Now, children, gather wood, and I'll make a fire so you won't be cold." Punal. And Gretel gathered brushwood into a small mountain. The brushwood was lit, and when the flames rose high, the woman said, "Now lie down by the fire and rest. We're going into the forest to cut wood. When we're finished, we'll come back for you." Hansel and Gretel sat by the fire, and at midday ate their pieces of bread, because they could hear the strokes of an axe. They thought their father was nearby, but it was not an axe. It was a branch he had tied to a dead tree, which the wind blew back and forth. After waiting a long time, they fell asleep, and they awoke. It was dark night. Gretel began to cry. "How shall we get out of the forest?" Comforted her, "Wait until the moon rises. Then we'll find our way." When the full moon rose, Hansel took his sister's hand and followed the pebbles, which glittered like newly minted coins, and showed them the way they walked all night, and reached their father's house. At daybreak, they knocked, and when the woman opened and saw them, she said, "You wicked children, why did you sleep so long in the forest? We thought you were never coming back." But their father rejoiced, for it had grieved his heart to leave them behind. Not long after, there was again great scarcity in the land. One night, the children heard their stepmother say to their father, "Everything is eaten. Again, we have only half a loaf of bread, and then the song is done. The children must go. We'll take them deeper into the forest, so they cannot find their way back. There is no other way to save ourselves." The man's heart was heavy, and he thought, "It would be better to share the last bite with your children. But the woman would listen, then nothing he said. Scolding and reproaching him, Hansel, who had heard the conversation, tried to gather pebbles as before, but the woman had locked the door. Nevertheless, he comforted Gretel, saying, "Don't cry, sleep peacefully. God will help us." Early in the morning, the woman came and took the children from their beds. Their piece of bread was even smaller than before. On the way, Hansel crumbled it in his pocket, often stopping to throw a morsel on the ground. "Hansel, why do you stop and look around?" said the father. "I'm looking at my little pigeon sitting on the roof, bidding me goodbye," answered Hansel. "Fool," said the woman, "that's no pigeon, but the morning sun shining on the chimney." Hansel, however, had been dropping breadcrumbs on the path. The woman led the children deep into the forest, where they had never been before again. A large fire was made, and she said, "Stay here, children. When you're tired, you can sleep. We're going to cut wood, and in the evening, we'll come for you." At midday, Gretel shared her bread with Hansel, who had scattered his along the road. Then they fell asleep. An evening passed, but no one came for them. When they awoke in the dark night, Hansel comforted Gretel, saying, "Wait until the moon rises. Then we'll see the breadcrumbs." I scattered, showing us the way home. When the moon rose, they set out, but they found no breadcrumbs, for the thousands of birds that fly in the forests and fields had eaten them all. Hansel said to Gretel, "We'll find our way." But they did not. They walked all night and all the next day, from morning till evening, but they could not find their way out of the forest. They were very hungry, having nothing to eat but a few berries they found on the ground. When they were so tired, their legs would carry them no further. They lay down under a tree and fell asleep. It was now the third morning since they had left their father's house. They began walking again, but only went deeper into the forest. If help did not come soon, they would perish at midday. They saw a beautiful snow-white bird sitting on a branch, singing so sweetly that they stopped to listen. When it finished, it spread its wings and flew ahead of them. They followed it until they reached a little house on the roof of which it perched. Coming nearer, they saw the house was built of bread, with a roof of cake and windows of clear sugar. "Let's help ourselves to a good meal," said Hansel. "I'll eat a piece of the roof. Gretel, you can taste the window. It will be." Sweet Hansel reached up and broke off a bit of the roof to try how it tasted, while Gretel stood by the window and nibbled at it. Then a soft voice called from inside, "Nibble, nibble, little mouse, who's nibbling at my house?" The children answered, "The wind, the wind, the heavenly child," and continued eating without distraction. Hansel, who found the roof very tasty, tore down a large piece, and Gretel pushed out a whole round window pane and sat down to enjoy it. Suddenly, the door opened, and an ancient woman, leaning on a crutch, came creeping out. Hansel and Gretel were so frightened they dropped what they held in their hands. But the old woman nodded her head, saying, "Ah, dear children, who brought you here, come in and stay with me. No harm shall befall you." She took them by the hand and led them into her little house. A good meal of milk and pancakes with sugar, apples, and nuts was set before them. Afterward, 2 little beds with white linen were prepared, and Hansel and Gretel lay down, thinking they were in heaven. But the old woman had only pretended to be friendly. She was a wicked witch who lurked near children and had built the bread house to lure them in. When a child fell into her power, she killed, cooked, and ate them, considering it a feast. Day witches have red eyes and cannot see far, but they have a keen sense of smell, like animals, and can detect when humans approach. When Hansel and Gretel came near her house, she laughed wickedly and said mockingly, "Here they come. They shall not escape me." Early in the morning, before the children were awake, she rose, and looking at them, sleeping peacefully with their round, rosy cheeks, she muttered, "They will make a good mouthful." She seized Hansel with her withered hand, carried him to a little stable, and locked him behind a barred door. He screamed to no avail. Then she went to Gretel, shook her awake, and cried, "Get up, lazy bones, fetch water, and cook something good for your brother. He's in the stable and needs fattening. When he's fat, I shall eat him." Gretel began to weep, but it was useless. She had to do as the witch commanded. Now Hansel was given the best food to fatten him, while Gretel received nothing but craves. Every morning, The witch crept to the stable and called, "Hansel, stretch out your finger, that I may feel if you are fat enough." But Hansel stretched out a little bone, and the old woman, with her demise, could not see what it was. She wondered why he remained so thin. After 4 weeks, impatient with waiting, she said to Gretel, "Quick, bring water. Fat or lean tomorrow, I will kill and cook Hansel." Oh, how the poor little sister grieved as she carried the water, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Dear God, help us," she cried. "If only the wild beasts had devoured us in the forest. At least we would have died together." "Spare your whimpering," said the old woman. "It won't help you." Early in the morning, Gressel had to fill the kettle and light the fire. "First, or bake," said the witch. "I've heated the oven and kneaded the dough." She pushed Bee or Gretel toward the oven, from which flames were already. "Leaping crawl in," said the witch, "and see if it's properly heated, so we can put the bread in." She intended to close the oven once Gretel was inside, to bake and eat her too. But Gretel perceived her intent and said, "I don't know how to do it." "Bah, how do I get in?" "Silly goose," said the old woman. "The opening is big enough. See, I could fit in myself." She crept up and stuck her head into the oven. Then Gretel gave her a push, sending her far in, shut the iron door, and secured it with a bolt. The witch began to howl terribly, but Gretel ran away, and the godless witch burned to death. Gretel ran straight to Hansel, opened his little stable, and cried, "Hansel, we are saved. The old witch is dead." Hansel sprang out like a bird from its cage when the door is opened. How they rejoiced, embracing each other and dancing for joy, with nothing to fear. They went into the witch's house and found chests full of pearls and precious stones. "These are better than pebbles," said Hansel, filling his pockets. Riddle said, "I'll take some home too," and filled her apron. "Now we must leave," said Hansel, "and get out of this enchanted forest." After walking for a few hours, they came to a large body of water. "Where cannot cross," said Hansel. "I see no bridge or ford." "No boats either," answered Gretel. "But there swims a white duck. If I ask her, she'll help us across." So she called, "Little duck, little duck, here stand Gretel and Hansel. Neither bridge nor ford is near. Take us on your white, back here." A duck came to them, and Hansel sat on her back, telling his sister to sit beside him. "No," replied Gretel. "That would be too heavy for the duck. She shall take us across, one after the other." The good creature did this, and when they were safely on the other side and had walked for a while, the forest grew more and more familiar. At last they saw their father's house in the distance. They began to run, burst into the room, and threw themselves into their father's arms. The man had not known a happy hour since leaving them in the forest. The woman had died. Gretel emptied her apron, scattering pearls and precious stones across the room, and Hansel added to the pile by throwing handfuls from his pockets. All their troubles were now ended, and they lived together in perfect happiness. Cinderella, the wife of a rich man, fell sick, and feeling her end approaching, she called her only daughter to her bedside and said, "Here, child, remain pious and good, and God will always help you, and I will look down from heaven and watch over you." With that, she closed her eyes and departed. The maiden went every day to her mother's grave and wept, remaining pious and good. When winter came, snow covered the grave with a white blanket, and when the sun of spring had unveiled it again, the man took another wife. The new wife brought 2 daughters with her, beautiful and fair in appearance, but foul and black at heart. Now began a hard time for the poor stepchild. "Shall the stupid goose sit in the parlor with us?" they said. "Those who eat bread must earn it out with the kitchen maid." He took away her beautiful clothes, dressed her in an old gray smock, and gave her wooden shoes. "Look at the proud princess, how decked out she is," they exclaimed with laughter, leading her to the kitchen. There she was obliged to work hard from morning till night, rise before daybreak, carry water, light fires, cook, and wash. Besides this, the sisters inflicted on her every vexation imaginable. They mocked her, scattered peas and lentils among the ashes, so that she had to pick them out again. In the evening, when she was exhausted, she had no bed, but had to lie in the ashes by the hearth, and because she always looked dusty and dirty on account of this, they called her Cinderella. It happened that the father was once going to a fair, and he asked his 2 stepdaughters what he should bring them. Beautiful dresses, said one. Pearls and jewels, said two, said the second. And you, Cinderella, said he, what will you have? Father, break off for me the first branch that brushes against your hat on your way home. So he bought beautiful dresses, pearls and jewels for his two stepdaughters, and on his way home, as he was riding through a green thicket, a hazel twig brushed against him and knocked off his hat. He broke off the branch and took it with him. When he reached home, he gave his step-daughters what they had wished for, and to Cinderella he gave the hazel twig. She thanked him, went to her mother's grave, and planted the branch on it, weeping so much that her tears fell, and watered it. It grew, however, and became a beautiful tree. Cinderella went 3 times every day to it, wept and prayed, and each time a little white bird came and sat on the tree. And if Cinderella expressed a wish, the bird threw down to her what she had wished for. Now it happened that the king gave a feast that was to last 3 days, and to which all the beautiful young women in the country were invited, in order that his son might choose a bride. When the 2 stepsisters heard that they too were to appear, they were delighted, called Cinderella, then said, "Palm, our hair brush our shoes, and fasten our buckles, for we are going to the festival at the king's palace." Cinderella obeyed, but wept because she too would have liked to go to the dance, and begged her stepmother to allow her. "You," Cinderella said, "you are dusty and dirty, and would go to the festival. You have no clothes and shoes, and yet would dance." But as Cinderella kept asking, the stepmother at last said, "I have emptied a dish of lentils into the ashes. If you can pick them out again in 2 hours, you shall go with us." The maiden went through the back door into the garden and called, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, and all you birds under heaven, come and help me to pick the good into the pot, the bad into the crop." Then 2 white pigeons came in through the kitchen window, and afterward the turtle doves, and finally all the birds under heaven came worrying and swarming in, and delighted amongst the ashes. The pigeons nodded with their heads and began to pick, 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 and the others also began to pick, 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 and gathered all the good grains into the dish. Hardly had 1 hour passed before they had finished, and all flew out again. The maiden brought the dish to her stepmother, rejoicing and believing that now she would be allowed to go to the festival. But the stepmother said, "No, Cinderella, you have no clothes and cannot dance. You would only be laughed at." And when Cinderella began to cry, she said, "If you can pick 2 dishes of lentils out of the ashes in 1 hour, you shall go with us." And she thought, "You will never be able to do it." When the stepmother had emptied the 2 dishes of lentils amongst the ashes, the maiden went through the back door into the garden and called, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, and all you birds under heaven, come and help me to pick the good into the pot, the bad into the crop." Then 2 white pigeons came in through the kitchen window, and afterward the turtle doves, and finally all the birds under heaven came worrying and swarming in and alighted amongst the ashes. The pigeons nodded with their heads and began to pick, 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 and the others also began to pick, 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 and gathered all the good grains into the dishes. Before half an hour was over, they had finished, and all flew out again. The maiden carried the dishes to the stepmother, rejoicing and believing that now she would be allowed to go to the festival. But the stepmother said, "All this does not help you. You cannot go with us, for you have no clothes and cannot dance. We should be ashamed of you." With that, she turned her back on Cinderella and hurried away with their 2 proud daughters. When they had all gone out, Cinderella went to her mother's grave beneath the hazel tree and cried, "Shiver and quiver, little tree, silver and gold, throw down over me." Then the bird threw down a gold and silver dress and slippers embroidered with silk and silver. She put on the dress with all speed and went to the festival. Her stepsisters and stepmother did not recognize her and thought she must be a foreign princess. She looked so beautiful in the golden dress. They never once thought of Cinderella, believing that she was sitting at home in the dirt, picking lentils out of the ashes. The king's son approached her, took her by the hand, and danced with her. He would dance with no other maiden, and never let go of her hand when others came and invited her. He said, "This is my partner." She danced till it was evening, and then she wanted to go home. But the king's son said, "I will go with you and bear you company," for he wished to see to whom the beautiful maiden belonged. She escaped from him, however, and sprang into the pigeon house. The king's son waited until her father came, and then he told him that the unknown maiden had leapt into the pigeon house. The old man thought, "Can it be Cinderella?" And they had to bring him an axe and a pickaxe that he might have pigeon house to pieces. But no one was inside when they got home. Cinderella lay in her dirty clothes among the ashes, and a dim little oil lamp was burning on the mantelpiece. For Cinderella had jumped quickly down from the back of the pigeon house and had run to the little hazel tree. There she had taken off her beautiful clothes and laid them on the grave, and the bird had taken them away again, and then she had placed herself in the kitchen amongst the ashes in her gray gown the next day when the festival began. Araish and her parents and the stepsisters had gone. Once more, Cinderella went to the hazel tree and said, "Shiver and quiver, little tree, silver and gold, throw down over me." Then the bird threw down a much more splendid dress than on the preceding day, and when she appeared at the festival in this dress, everyone was astonished at her beauty. The king's son had waited until she came, and instantly took her hand and danced with no one but her. When others came and invited her, he said, "This is my partner." When evening came, she wished to leave, and the king's son followed her to see into which house she went. But she sprang away from him and into the garden. Behind the house, therein stood a beautiful tall tree, on which hung the most magnificent pears. She clambered so nimbly between the branches, like a squirrel, that the king's son did not know where she had gone. He waited until her father came and said to him, "The unknown maiden has escaped from me, and I believe she has climbed up the pear tree." The father thought, "Can it be Cinderella?" and had an axe brought and cut the tree down. But no one was on it when they got into the kitchen. Cinderella lay there among the ashes, as usual, for she had jumped down on the other side of the tree, had taken the beautiful dress to the bird on the hazel tree, and put on her gray gown. On the third day, when the parents and sisters had gone away, Cinderella went once more to her mother's grave and said to the little tree, "Shiver and quiver, little tree, silver and gold, throw down over me." And now the bird threw down a dress which was more splendid and magnificent than any she had yet had, and the slippers were golden, when she went to the festival. In the dress, no one knew how to speak. For astonishment, the king's son danced with her only, and if anyone invited her to dance, he said, "This is my partner." When evening came, Cinderella wished to leave, and the king's son was anxious to go with her. But she escaped from him so quickly that he could not follow her. The king's son had, however, used a stratagem and had caused the whole staircase to be smeared with pitch. When she ran down, her left slipper remained stuck in the pitch. The king's son picked it up, and it was small and dainty and all golden. Next morning, he went with it to the father and said to him, "No one shall be my wife, but she whose foot this golden slipper fits." Then were the two sisters glad, for they had pretty feet. The eldest went with the shoe into her room and wanted to try it on, and her mother stood by, but she could not get her big toe into it, and the shoe was too small for her. Then her mother gave her a knife and said, "Cut the toe off when you are queen. You will have no more need to go on foot." The maiden cut the toe off, forced the foot into the shoe, swallowed the pain, and went out to the king's son. Then he took her on his horse as his bride and rode away with her. They were obliged, however, to pass the grave. And there on the hazel tree sat the two pigeons and cried, "Turn and peep, turn and peep. There's blood within the shoe. The shoe it is too small for her. The true bride waits for you." Then he looked at her foot and saw how the blood was trickling from it. He turned his horse round and took the false bride home again, and said she was not the true one, and that the other sister was to put the shoe on. Then this one went into her chamber and got her toes safely into the shoe, but her heel was too large, so her mother gave her a knife and said, "Tut a bit off your heel. When you are queen, you will have no more need to go on foot." The maiden cut a bit off her heel, forced her foot into the shoe, swallowed the pain, and went out to the king's son. He took her on his horse as his bride and rolled away with her. When they passed by the hazel tree, the two pigeons sat on it and cried, "Turn and peep, turn and peep. There's blood within the shoe. The shoe it is too small for her. The true bride waits for you." He looked down at her foot and saw how the blood was running out of her shoe and how it had stained her white stocking. Then he turned his horse and took the false bride home again. "This also is not the right one," said he. "Have you no other daughter?" "No," said the man. "There is still a little stunted kitchen wench which my late wife left behind her, but she cannot possibly be the bride." The king's son said he was to send her up to him, but the mother answered, "Oh no, she is much too dirty. She cannot show herself." He absolutely insisted on it, and Cinderella had to be cold. She first washed her hands and face clean, and then went and bowed down before the king's son, who gave her the golden shoe. Then she seated herself on a stool, drew her foot out of the heavy wooden shoe, and put it into the slipper, which fitted like a glove. And when she rose up, and the king's son looked at her face, he recognized the beautiful maiden who had danced with him, and cried, "This is the true bride." The stepmother and the two sisters were terrified and became pale with rage. He, however, took Cinderella on his horse and rode away with her as they passed by the hazel tree. The two white doves cried, "Turn and peep, turn and peep. No blood is in the shoe. The shoe is not too small for her. The true bride rides with you." And when they had cried that, the two came flying down and placed themselves on Cinderella's shoulders, one on the right, the other on the left, and remained sitting there. When the wedding with the king's son had to be celebrated, the two false sisters came and wanted to get into favor with Cinderella and share her good fortune. When the betrothed couple went to church, the elder was at the right side, and the younger at the left, and the pigeons pecked out one eye of each of them afterward as they came back. The elder was at the left, and the younger at the right, and then the pigeons pecked out the other eye of each, and thus, for their wickedness and falsehood, they were punished with blindness as long as they lived. Snow White, once upon a time in mid-winter, when the snowflakes were falling like feathers from the sky, the queen sat at a window, sewing, and the frame of the window was made of black ebony. And whilst she was sewing and looking out of the window at the snow, she pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood fell upon the snow, and the red looked pretty upon the white snow. And she thought to herself, "Would that I had a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood of the window frame." Soon after that, she had a little daughter who was as white as snow and as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony, and she was therefore called Little Snow White. And when the child was born, the queen died. After a year had passed, the king took to himself another wife. She was a beautiful woman, but proud and haughty, and she could not bear that anyone else should surpass her in beauty. She had a wonderful looking glass, and when she stood in front of it and looked at herself in it and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all? The looking glass answered, Thou, O Queen, art the fairest of all. Then she was satisfied, for she knew that the looking glass spoke the truth. But Snow White was growing up and grew more and more beautiful, and when she was 7 years old, she was as beautiful as the day, and more beautiful than the queen herself. And once, when the queen asked her, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all? It answered, Thou art fairer than all who are here, Lady Queen, but more beautiful still is Snow White. As Irene. Then the queen was shocked and turned yellow and green with envy from that hour. Whenever she looked at Snow White, her heart heaved in her breast. She hated the girl so much, and envy and pride grew higher and higher in her heart, like a weed, so that she had no peace. Day or night, she called a huntsman and said, Take the child away into the forest. I will no longer have her in my sight. Kill her and bring me back her heart as a token. The huntsman obeyed and took her away. But when he had drawn his knife and was about to pierce Snow White's innocent heart, she began to weep and said, Ah, dear huntsman, leave me my life. I will run away into the wild forest and never come home again. And as she was so beautiful, the huntsman had pity on her and said, Run away. Then, you poor child, the wild beasts will soon have devoured you, thought he. And yet it seemed as if a stone had been rolled from his heart, since it was no longer needful for him to kill her. And as a young boar just then came running by, he stabbed it and cut out its heart and took it to the queen as proof that the child was dead. The cook had to salt it, and the wicked queen ate it and thought she had eaten the heart of Snow White. But now the poor child was all alone in the great forest, and so terrified that she looked at every leaf of every tree and did not know what to do. Then she began to run and ran over sharp stones and through thorns, and the wild beasts ran past her, but did her no harm. She ran as long as her feet would go, until it was almost evening. Then she saw a little cottage, and went into it to rest herself. Everything in the cottage was small, but neater and cleaner than can be told. There was a table on which was a white cover, and 7 little plates, and on each plate a little spoon. Moreover, there were 7 little knives and forks, and 7 little mugs. Against the wall stood 7 little beds side by side, and covered with snow, white counterpanes. Little Snowlight was so hungry and thirsty that she ate some vegetables and bread from each plate, and drank a drop of wine out of each mug, for she did not wish to take all from one. Only then, as she was so tired, she laid herself down on one of the little beds, but none of them suited her. One was too long, another too short, but at last she found that the 7th one was right, and so she remained in it, said a prayer, and went to sleep. When it was quite dark, the owners of the cottage came back. They were the 7 dwarfs who dug and delved in the mountains, for all they lit their 7 candles. And as it was now light within the cottage, they saw that someone had been there, for everything was not in the same order in which they had left it. The first said, "Who has been sitting on my chair?" The second, "Who has been eating off my plate?" The third, "Who has been taking some of my bread?" The fourth, "Who has been eating my vegetables?" The fifth, "Who has been using my fork?" The sixth, "Who has been cutting with my knife?" The 7, "Who has been drinking out of my mug?" Then the first looked round and saw that there was a little hollow on his bed, and he said, "Who has been getting into my bed?" The others came up, and each called out, "Somebody has been lying in my bed too." But the 7th, when he looked at his bed, saw little Snow White, who was lying asleep therein. And he called the others, who came running up, and they cried out with astonishment, and brought their 7 little candles, and let the light fall on little Snow White. "Oh heavens, oh heavens," cried they, what a lovely child." And they were so glad that they did not wake her up, but let her sleep on in the bed. And the seventh dwarf slept with his companions 1 hour with each, and so got through the night. When it was morning, little Snow White awoke and was frightened when she saw the 7 dwarfies. But they were friendly and asked her what her name was. "My name is Snow White," she answered. "How have you come to our house?" said the dwarves. Then she told them that her stepmother had wished to have her killed, but that the huntsman had spared her life, and that she had run for the whole day until at last she had found their dwelling. The dwarf said, "If you will take care of our house, cook, make the beds, wash, sew, and knit, and if you will keep everything neat and clean, you can stay with us, and you shall want for nothing." "Yes," said Snow White, "with all my heart," and she stayed with them. She kept the house in order for them. In the mornings they went to the mountains and looked for copper and gold. In the evenings they came back, and then their supper had to be ready. The girl was alone the whole day, so the good dwarfs warned her and said, "Aware of your stepmother, she will soon know that you are here. Be sure to let no one come in." But the queen, believing that she had eaten Snow White's heart, could not but think that she was again the first and most beautiful of all. And she went to her looking glass and said, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" And the glass answered, "O Queen, thou art fairest of all. I see, but over the hills where the 7 dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she." Then she was astounded, for she knew that the looking glass never spoke falsely, and she knew that the huntsman had betrayed her, and that little Snow White was still alive. And so she thought and thought again how she might kill her, for so long she was not the fairest in the whole land. Envy let her have no rest, and when she had at last thought of something to do, she painted her face and dressed herself like an old peddler woman, and no one could have known her. In this disguise, she went over the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs and knocked at the door and cried, "Pretty things to sell, very cheap, very cheap." Little Snow White looked out of the window and called out, "Good day, my good woman. What have you to sell?" "Good things, pretty things," she answered. "Stay laces of all colors." And she pulled out one which was woven of bright colored silk. "I may let the worthy old woman in," thought Snow White. And she unbolted the door and bought the pretty laces. "Child," said the old woman, "what a fright you look. Come, I will lease you properly for once." Snow White had no suspicion, but stood before her and let herself be laced with the new laces. But the old woman laced so quickly and so tightly that Snow White lost her breath and fell down as if dead. "Now I am the most beautiful," said the queen to herself, and ran away. Not long afterward, in the evening, the 7 dwarfs came home. But how shocked they were when they saw their dear little Snow White lying on the ground, and that she neither stirred nor moved, and seemed to be dead. They lifted her up, and as they saw that she was laced too tightly, they cut the laces. Then she began to breathe a little, and after a while came to life again. When the dwarfs heard what had happened, they said, "The old peddler woman was no one else than the wicked queen. Take care and let no one come in when we are not with you." But the wicked woman, when she had reached home, went in front of the glass and asked, "Looking glass, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" And it answered as before, "O Queen, thou art fairest of all. I see, but over the hills where the 7 dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she." When she heard that, all her blood rushed to her heart with fear, for she saw plainly that little Snow White was again alive. But now she said, "I will think of something that shall put an end to you." And by the help of witchcraft, which she understood, she made a poisonous calm. Then she disguised herself and took the shape of another old woman. So she went over the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs, knocked at the door, and cried, "Good things to sell cheap, cheap." Snow White looked out and said, "Go away. I cannot let anyone come in." "I suppose you can look," said the old woman, and pulled the poisonous comb out and held it up. It pleased the girl so well that she let herself be beguiled and opened the door when they had made a bargain. The old woman said, "Now I will comb you properly for once." Poor little Snow White had no suspicion and let the old woman do as she pleased. But hardly had she put the comb in her hair, then the poison in it took effect, and the girl fell down, senseless. "You paragon of beauty," said the wicked woman, "you are done for now." And she went away, but fortunately it was almost evening when the 7 dwarfs came home. When they saw Snow White lying as if dead upon the ground, they had once suspected the stepmother, and they looked and found the poisoned calm. Scarcely had they taken it out when Snow White came to herself and told them what had happened. Then they warned her once more to be upon her guard and to open the door to no one. The queen at home went in front of the glass and said, "Looking glass, looking glass, on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" Then it answered as before, "O Queen, thou art fairest of all. I see, but over the hills where the 7 dwarfs dwell, Snow White is still alive and well, and none is so fair as she." When she heard the glass speak thus, she trembled and shook with rage. "Snow White shall die," she cried, "even if it costs me my life." Thereupon she went into a quite secret, lonely room where no one ever came, and there she made a very poisonous apple. Outside it looked pretty white with a red cheek, so that everyone who saw it longed for it. But whoever ate a piece of it must surely die. When the apple was ready, she painted her face and dressed herself up as a country woman. And so she went over the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs. She knocked at the door. Snow White put her head out of the window and said, "I cannot let anyone in the 7 dwarfs have forbidden me. It is all the same to me," answered the woman. "I shall soon get rid of my apples. There I will give you one." "No," said Snow White, "I dare not take anything." "Are you afraid of poison?" said the old woman. "Look, I will cut the apple in 2 pieces. You eat the red cheek, and I will eat the white." The apple was so cunningly made that only the red cheek was poisoned. Snow White longed for the fine apple, and when she saw that the woman ate part of it, she could resist no longer, and stretched out her hand and took the poisonous half. But hardly had she a bit of it in her mouth. Then she fell down dead. Then the queen looked at her with a dreadful look, and laughed aloud and said, "Light as Snowletta's blood, black as ebony wood. This time the dwarves cannot wake you up again." And when she asked of the looking glass at home, looking glass on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all? It answered at last, "O Queen in this land, thou art fairest of all." Then her envious heart had rest, so far as an envious heart can have rest the dwarfs. When they came home in the evening, found Snow White lying upon the ground. She breathed no longer and was dead. They lifted her up, looked to see whether they could find anything poisonous, unlaced her, combed her hair, washed her with water and wine. But all was of no avail. The poor child was dead and remained dead. They laid her upon a bier, and all 7 of them sat around it and wept for her, and wept 3 days long. Then they were going to bury her, but she still looked as if she were living, and still had her pretty red cheeks. They said, "We could not bury her in the dark ground." And they had a transparent coffin of glass made so that she could be seen from all sides. And they laid her in it and wrote her name upon it in golden letters, and that she was a king's daughter. Then they put the coffin out upon the mountain, and one of them always stayed by it and watched it. And birds came too, and wept for Snow White first, an owl, then a raven, and last a dove. And now Snow White lay a long time in the coffin, and she did not change, but looked as if she were asleep. For she was as white as snow, as red as blood, and her hair was as black as ebony. It happened, however, that a king's son came into the forest and went to the dwarf's house to spend the night. He saw the coffin on the mountain and the beautiful Snow White within it, and read what was written upon it in golden letters. Then he said to the dwarfs, "Let me have the coffin. I will give you whatever you want for it." But the dwarfs answered, "We will not part with it for all the gold in the world." Then he said, "Let me have it as a gift, for I cannot live without seeing Snow White. I will honor and prize her as my dearest possession." As he spoke in this way, the good dwarves took pity upon him and gave him the coffin. And now the king's son had it carried away by his servants on their shoulders. And it happened that they stumbled over a tree stump, and with the shock, the poisonous piece of apple which Snow White had bitten off came out of her throat, and before long she opened her eyes, lifted up the lid of the coffin, sat up, and was once more alive. "Oh, heavens, where am I?" she cried. The king's son, full of joy, said, "You are with me," and told her what had happened, and said, "I love you more than everything in the world. Come with me. To my father's palace you shall be my wife." And Snow White was willing, and went with him, and their wedding was held with great show and splendor. But Snow White's wicked stepmother was also bitten to the feast, when she had arrayed herself in beautiful clothes. She went before the looking-glass and said, "Looking glass, looking glass, on the wall, who in this land is the fairest of all?" The glass answered, "O Queen of all, here the fairest art thou, but the young queen is fairer, by far as I trow." Then the wicked woman uttered a curse, and was so wretched, so utterly wretched, that she knew not what to do. At first she would not go to the wedding at all, but she had no peace, and must go to see the young queen. And when she went in, she recognized Snow White, and she stood still with rage and fear, and could not stir. But iron slippers had already been put upon the fire, and they were brought in with tongs and set before her. Then she was forced to put on the red-hot shoes and dance until she dropped down dead. Rumble, Stillskin. Once there was a miller who was poor, but who had a beautiful daughter. Now it happened that he got into a conversation with the king, and to make himself appear important, he said to him, "I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold." The king said to the miller, "That is an art which pleases me well. If your daughter is as clever as you say, bring her tomorrow to my palace, and I will put her to the test." When the girl was brought to him, he took her into a room which was quite full of straw, gave her a spinning wheel and a reel, and said, "Now set to work, and if by tomorrow morning, early, you have not spun the straw into gold, you must die." Thereupon he himself locked up the room and left her in it alone. So there sat the poor miller's daughter, and for the life of her could not tell what to do. She had no idea how straw could be spun into gold, and she grew more and more frightened, until at last she began to weep. But all at once the door opened, and in came a little man, and said, "Good evening, Mistress Miller. Why are you crying so?" "Alas," answered the girl, "I have to spin straw into gold, and I do not know how to do it." "What will you give me," said the mannequin, "if I do it for you?" "My necklace," said the girl. The little man took the necklace, seated himself in front of the wheel, and were 3 turns, and the reel was full. Then he put another on, and were 3 times round, and the second was full too. And so it went on until the morning, when all the straw was spun, and all the reels were full of gold by daybreak. The king was already there, and when he saw the gold, he was astonished and delighted, but his heart became only more greedy. He had the miller's daughter taken into another room full of straw, which was much larger, and commanded her to spin that also in one night, if she valued her life. The girl knew not how to help herself, and was crying when the door again opened, and the little man appeared and said, "What will you give me if I spin that straw into gold for you?" "The ring on my finger," answered the girl. The little man took the ring again, began to turn the wheel, and by morning had spun all the straw into glittering gold. The king rejoiced beyond measure at the sight, but still he had not gold enough, and he had the miller's daughter taken into a still larger room full of straw, and said, "You must spin this too in the course of this night, but if you succeed, you shall be my wife, even if she be a miller's daughter." Thought he, "I could not find a richer wife in the whole world." When the girl was alone, the mannequin came again, for the 3rd time, and said, "What will you give me if I spin the straw for you?" "This time, also, I have nothing left that I could give," answered the girl. "Then promise me, if you should become queen, your first child, who knows whether that will ever happen?" Thought the miller's daughter, and not knowing how else to help herself in this strait, she promised the mannequin what he wanted, and for that he once more spun the straw into gore. And when the king came in the morning and found all as he had wished, he took her in marriage, and the pretty miller's daughter became a queen a year after she brought a beautiful child into the world. And she never gave a thought to the mannequin, But suddenly he came into her room and said, "Now give me what you promised." The queen was horror-struck and offered the mannequin all the riches of the kingdom if he would leave her the child. But the mannequin said, "No, something alive is dearer to me than all the treasures in the world." Then the queen began to lament and cry, so that the mannequin pied her. "I will give you 3 days' time," said he. "And if by that time you find out my name, then shall you keep your child." So the queen thought the whole night of all the names that she had ever heard, and she sent a messenger over the country to inquire far and wide for any other names that there might be. When the mannequin came the next day, she began with Casper, Melchiah, Belteshazzar, and said all the names she knew, one after another. But to everyone, the little man said, "That is not my name." On the second day, she had inquiries made in the neighborhood as to the names of the people there, and she repeated to the mannequin the most uncommon and curious. "Perhaps your name is Short Ribs, or Sheep Shanks, or Lace Lake." But he always answered, "That is not my name." On the third day, the messenger came back again and said, "I have not been able to find a single new name. But as I came to a high mountain at the end of the forest, where the fox and the hare bid each other good night, there I saw a little house, and before the house a fire was burning, and round about the fire quite a ridiculous little man was jumping. He hopped upon one leg and shouted, "Today I bake, tomorrow brew the next. I'll have the young queen's child." How glad am I that no one knew that Rumple, still skin I am styled. You may imagine how glad the queen was when she heard the name. And when soon afterwards the little man came in and asked, "Now, Mistress Queen, what is my name?" At first she said, "Is your name Conrad?" "No." "Is your name Harry?" "No." "Perhaps your name is Rumble Dillilskin." "The devil has told you that." "The devil has told you that?" cried the little man, and in his anger he plunged his right foot so deep into the earth that his whole leg went in, and then in rage he pulled at his left leg so hard with both hands that he tore himself in two. Sleeping Beauty. In times past, there lived a king and queen who said to each other, "Every day of their lives, would that we had a child," and yet they had none. But it happened once. that when the queen was bathing, there came a frog out of the water, and he squatted on the ground and said to her, "Thy wish shall be fulfilled before a year has gone. By thou shalt bring a daughter into the world." And as the frog foretold, so it happened, and the queen bore a daughter so beautiful that the king could not contain himself for joy, and he ordained the great feast. Not only did he bid to it his relations, friends, and acquaintances, but also the wise women, that they might be kind and favorable to the child. There were 13 of them in his kingdom, but as he had only provided 12 golden plates for them to eat from, one of them had to be left out. However, the feast was celebrated with all splendor, and as it drew to an end, the wise women stood forward to present to the child their wonderful gifts. One bestowed virtue, one beauty, a third riches, and so on, whatever there is in the world to wish for. And when 11 of them had said their say, in came the uninvited, 13th burning, to revenge herself. And without greeting or respect, she cried with a loud voice, "In the 15th year of her age, the princess shall prick herself with a spindle and shall fall down dead." And without speaking one more word, she turned away and left the whole. Everyone was terrified at her, saying, when the 12th came forward, for she had not yet bestowed her gift, and though she could not do away with the evil prophecy, yet she could soften it. So she said, "The princess shall not die, but fall into a deep sleep for 100 years. Now the king, being desirous of saving his child, even from this misfortune, gave commandment that all the spindles in his kingdom should be burnt up. The maiden grew up adorned with all the gifts of the wise women, and she was so lovely, modest, sweet, and kind, and clever, but no one who saw her could help loving her. It happened one day, she being already 15 years old, that the king and queen rode abroad, and the maiden was left behind alone in the castle. She wandered about into all the nooks and corners, and into all the chambers and parlors, as the fancy took her, till at last she came to an old tower. She climbed the narrow winding stair, which led to a little door, with a rusty key sticking out of the lock. She turned the key, and the door opened, and there in the little room sat an old woman, with a spindle diligently spinning her flax. "Good day, mother," said the princess. "What are you doing?" "I am spinning," answered the old woman, nodding her head. "What thing is that that twists round so briskly?" asked the maiden. And taking the spindle into her hand, she began to spin. But no sooner had she touched it than the evil prophecy was fulfilled, and she pry-cricked her finger with it. In that very moment, she fell back upon the bed that stood there and lay in a deep sleep. And this sleep fell upon the whole castle. The king and queen, who had returned and were in the great hall, fell fast asleep, and with them the whole court, the horses in their stalls, the dogs in the yard, the pigeons on the roof, the flies on the wall, the very fire that flickered on the hearth became still and slipped like the rest, and the meat on the spit ceased roasting, and the cook, who was going to pour the skull's hair for some mistake he had made, let him go and went to sleep, and the wind ceased, and not a leaf fell from the trees about the castle. Then round about that place there grew a hedge of thorns, thicker every year, until at last the whole castle was hidden from view, and nothing of it could be seen but the vane on the roof. And a rumor went abroad in all that country of the beautiful sleeping briar, Rose, for so was the princess called, and from time to time many kings' sons came and tried to force their way through the hedge into the castle. But they found it impossible, for the thorns held fast together like strong hands, and the young men were caught by them, and not being able to get free, there died a lamentable death. Many a long year afterward, there came a king's son into that country, and heard an old man tell how there should be a castle standing behind the hedge of thorns, and that there a beautiful enchanted princess named Briar Rose had slept for 100 years, and with her the king and queen and the whole court. The old man had been told by his grandfather that many kings' sons had sought to pass the thorn hedge, but had been caught and pierced by the thorns, and had died a miserable death. Then said the young man, "Nevertheless, I do not fear to try. I shall win through and see the lovely Briar Rose." The good old man tried to dissuade him, but he would not listen to his words. For now, the 100 years were at an end, and the day had come when Briar Rose should be awakened. When the prince drew near the hedge of thorns, it was changed into a hedge of beautiful large flowers, which parted and bent aside to let him pass, and then closed behind him in a thick hedge. Again, when he reached the castle yard, he saw the horses and brindled hunting dogs lying asleep, and on the roof the pigeons were sitting with their heads under their wings, and when he came indoors, the flies on the wall were asleep. The cook and the kitchen had his hand uplifted to strike the scullion, and the kitchen maid had the black fowl on her lap, ready to pluck. Then he mounted higher and saw in the whole court lying asleep, and above them on their thrones slept the king and the queen. And still he went farther, and all was so quiet that he could hear his own breathing. And at last he came to the tower and went up the winding stair and opened the door of the little room where Briar Rose was. And when he saw her looking so lovely in her sleep, he could not turn away his eyes, and presently he stooped and kissed her, and she awaked and opened her eyes and looked very kindly on him. And she rose, and they went forth together, and the king and the queen and whole court woke up and gazed on each other with great eyes of wonderment. And the horses in the yard got up and shook themselves. The hounds sprang up and wagged their tails. The pigeons on the roof drew their heads from under their wings, looked round, and flew into the field. The flies on the wall crept on a little farther. The kitchen fire leapt up and blazed and cooked the meat. The joint on the spit began to roast. The cook gave the scullion such a box on the ear that he roared out, and the maid went on plucking the fowl. Then the wedding of the prince, and Briar Rose was held with all splendor, and they lived very happily together until their lives' end. And now, dear listener, our journey through the fairy tale woods has come to a gentle end. The castles have fallen quiet. The forest trails have faded into the mist. The kings, queens, dwarves, animals, and wandering heroes have all returned to their dreams. Perhaps by now your thoughts have become softer, your breathing slower, and your eyes wonderfully heavy. Wherever you are tonight, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be gentle, and your heart be at peace. Thank you for spending this peaceful evening with the Sleepy Story. Until next time, good night, my friend.